Council, if you're ready to continue, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The witness is being brought in.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, welcome back.
Thank you.
Before the break, we were able to establish that the suspects brought before the panel, many of them were tortured, presented to the panel, and statements were taken.
Men jewtuno ha men mbaɗi feere ha men darni oɗo konngol wondema yimɓe tuumaɓe walla addaɓe ɗon ɓe lippano ɗumen walla ɓe mettina ɗumen ha para on tuma ɓe adda ɗumen e yeeso panel o ɓe ɓaŋa konngol maɓɓe.
Do you agree that this is what we had established?
Ajabi ko ɗum men yewtuno ɗo men yaha break.
Yes.
And this is the truth about what has happened?
Non ko ɗum woni gonga ko waɗa ɗon ko.
That they were tortured and brought before the panel to be interviewed?
Wondema lappama ha pari ko on tuma ɓe addata ɗumen yeeso panel o.
That some of them were tortured, yes.
The proposition is that they were tortured, then brought before the panel to be interviewed.
Then ko kongol komi haalno ko ɗum woni ɓe lappuno ɗumen ɓe adda ha para on tuma ɓe adda ɗumen yeeso panel o.
Be interviewed.
Pour ɓe waɗa ɗumen, pour ɓe lamda ɗumen.
Do you agree?
Some of them cancel, yes, that's what I said.
And that you personally knew that these people were tortured and then brought before the panel?
Wondema kala an hoorema an tigi a anduno ɓe yimɓe ɓe lappuno ɗumen ha pari on tuma ɓe adda ɗumen e yeeso panel go wona gonga?
Yes, counsel.
The members of the panel also generally knew that these people were tortured and brought before the panel to be interviewed.
Yimɓe panel o ɓen kala hewɓe ɗon e nder panel o ɓe anduno ɓe yimɓe ɓe lappuno ɗumen ha pari on tuma ɓe adda ɗumen e yeeso panel o.
I believe so, counsel.
The counsel.
And the general environment in the room was also intimidating, wasn't it?
Piiji ɗin no wonirno e nder suudu ndu ɗon tigi ɗum no hulɓini.
It was very tense, yes, counsel.
It was tense, that may be true, but it was also intimidating to the suspects.
Haali gonga ɗon piiji ɗin no woniri e nder suudu ndu gonga wulno kono noon no hulɓinno kala pour yimɓe addaɓe ɗon.
You agree?
I know it was tense, counsel.
The question is, was it also intimidating to the suspects?
Komi lamdi ko ɗum woni ta ɓe yimɓe addaɓe ɗon piiji ɗin no woniri e nder suudu ndu no hulɓini kala.
If that's what they said, yes. But Mike, it was a tense situation. That's not
Why was it tense?
because of the presence of different characters within the room.
Could you further explain what you mean by different characters? Can you identify who these characters were?
Sawi sifa yimɓe hewɓe walla sifa yimɓe wonɓe ɗon ko mi faala firtina fira ɗum min anda hono ɗum woniri.
The panel members aside,
panel
and the panel members themselves amounted to how many? 16, we were told, correct?
Yimɓe wonɓe nder panel o si min nanno ko yimɓe 16 wona noon?
I can't be precise on the number. I know for the police we were 6.
Mi wawata gongendinde ɗum ɗon komi andi kon kono mi andi menen sango police on komin jeego.
But we did this yesterday, you and I, we did this and we counted about 16.
Mi yama hanki men yewtuno fi oɗo to non komin kontuno hanki ko yimɓe 16.
We counted about 16.
Non kontuno ha yahi ha yimɓe 16.
You counted because you even omitted a name and I mentioned a name, so I wouldn't know what was there before. If it is 16, I'll agree because I don't know the real names of the other members.
Well, I asked you, could it be up to 16?
Milamdunuma wawa wonde o wawa yade ha wona yimɓe 16.
You gave us 6 names from the police. That's Demba Sow, Lamin Sise, Seydou Ndour, Boto Keita, Lamin Cham, and Abdoulaye Sow.
Yes, Counsel.
Hey, Counsel.
You gave us 4 names from the NIA.
Okumen in the NIA.
Momodo Haidara, Yusufa Fai, Usman Bojang, and Bajinka.
Yes, Council.
That is 10. And then you gave us another 3 names from the army, that is Bo Bajim, Fali Jabang, and Musa Bojang.
Yes.
That makes it 13.
Yes.
Okay. Langton Bongtamba was a member of the panel. He said that.
If that's what he said, yes. That's not my understanding.
That would make it 14. You also had the others, Musa Jame, Tumbul Tamba, Alaji Martin, who you say were regularly present.
Musa Jame, Tumbul Tamba, Alaji Martin, Benkala Araino don waktu.
No, Council. I said the regular ones were Musa and Tumbulu, but then Martin was not the regular person.
Right. Musa and Tumbul were regular. That would make it already 16.
Hajoni behewti sampo e jeego paski wiida Musa e Tumbulu ben barat don toujours be wayrata don.
Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And there was Martin also occasionally present, correct?
Martin kala waktu mbarayno don wona gonga.
Yes.
There were also the junglers present.
Weyte be a jongula be ben kala arayno don,
who were moving in and out of the interview panel.
Ben kala be arayno be natta nder sudu dum be ni natta be ni yalta.
Yes.
And some of them were armed.
Teno wobe no mabbe be ni tammi finkari.
Yes, Council.
Council.
With what type of weapons?
Ko sifa gidije hodum be tamu.
No, I don't know these weapons. I don't know their names.
In the giddy.
You don't know their names?
I don't know, Council.
But do you know their type?
Council, they were armed. I think with me that should be enough. That's all I can say.
Well, to us, it's not enough. We want to know more. What type of weapons did they have?
I don't know. I have no idea about the type of weapons, Council.
Did they have rifles?
Council does, I don't know whether pistols or, but they were armed. They were armed.
Did they have rifles?
It could be Council. I am not denying the fact that they were armed. So,
what were they armed with?
they were having guns. So whatever it is, what you can deduce from that.
Yes, but you saw them, didn't you?
Yes, I do see some of them.
You saw them carry guns?
Basically, I would see the pistols in their holsters and stuff like that. That much I know.
But exactly.
That you can easily identify.
Well, this is the answer I was looking for. Type of guns, pistols or rifles? You saw some with rifles, with pistols, correct?
Pistols.
Did you see any with rifles?
I
can't remember, but they may have it, Council.
Well, we were told that there was always a military person with a rifle sitting to the left of the person being interviewed.
Waktu neddo manduda kan ko adda pour be lamdamo jungo non makko goddo joday takko makko don on mari gidi mawdo no wi rifle.
I know, Council, the closest normally would be one of the two, that is Musa and Tungu would be the ones I observed very close, because they are normally at the gate. As you enter, they are on the left.
Did you say the gate? Did you say the gate?
The door of the room.
But apart from Tungul and Musa, would there be a person, a soldier with a rifle, who would be sitting to the left of the person being interviewed.
Siwana Tumbul e Musa ho soldar goddo wonata don jodo jungo nano neddo mo anduda ko kanko foti kanko be lamdata ho goddo soldar goddo wonata don.
I didn't notice that, Council.
But this is something that happened on a daily basis.
Ko dum ko hunde ma anduda nyande wo nyande dum wonat.
I can't dispute that fact, but I said I didn't notice it. I know at the corners, normally you will have one or two, but then for somebody to sit by the suspect, honestly, if somebody said
I did not say by the suspect. If somebody was sitting here, that person would be sitting by me. I said to the left of the witness, it could be, say, where the fan is located, somebody may be seated there with the rifle.
Yani takko am tigi kono non sita neddo mo anduda tuma don no jodi jungo non makko woddat seda non kono be wiino goddo jodanno don jom finkari.
I didn't notice that. I have not seen that.
So you mentioned two guys by the flanks, correct?
Ahali kala fi yimbe didi.
Yeah.
And would they be carrying guns?
En kala non wonde ma be tamad gudije.
Yes, Council.
Hey, Council.
And we received information that the junglers were also milling around.
Me hebi kibar kala wonda ma be wiite be jonglabe ben kala be wona don be ni nata yalta.
Correct?
That could be the people that are at the corners, but when we are seated, we don't allow people to be wheeling around.
No, ben ko ben yi woni yimbe be ndanda ma yi ma mi wonda ma ko don hare be dari ka coppuri to kan suudu kono se ben yeyi har men jodi ke men fudi ke jondanen men jonata hay goro lawol pour mo wada nata yalta nata.
The men in black, were they not coming in and out?
Yimbe bornube ko bawli ko ho ben nat arata don ben natta ben yalta.
In and out would only be when we escort. Otherwise, they are static posting somewhere behind normally. Whilst we are seated, I remember seeing anybody, because that would obstruct what we are doing too.
You don't have to go any one dark beggar as soon as you can see out. Don't see me having food a journey and journey. I got allowed or not. I yelled.
The men in black, which outfit in the military did they belong to?
Be yimbe mandra ben borliko bawliko ben sengo hombo be tawa ender soldarabe.
What do you mean when you say outfit in the military? Because they are soldiers. Yes. I don't understand what you mean.
Which unit, which part of the military they belong to?
Ender soldarabe andi soldarabe kala beni mari palasuji manduda be serti ko sengo honto betawa.
At that time I didn't know, but later I came to know that they were part of the state guards.
From yellow mi andano kono yeso sera mi andu no wanda ma kambe gadi ko state house to ko be iwi.
At that time you did not know they were from state guards?
Ontuna on waktu tiki andano ko state house be iwi.
I think I told you I was away for almost 2 years, and I came 3 weeks, then I joined. So you should take that as a fact.
And so msikin wima wanda ma mi alano gole den ko yada dubi didi mi al ko mi erti tan yo nder yo nder ha jonde didi be mirutin la e golle den so ida way mandita dum non gaden la e jonde den.
But it was obvious to you that they were soldiers of the Gambia National Army.
Kono la bi wanda ma be ko soldarabe wanda ko soldarabe Gambia betawa.
That was my belief.
And some of them had their faces covered with masks.
Telo no tawa maji ko masku be borrata yeso mabbe yetake.
Yes.
And in that and obviously it is generally known that those people, the men in black or black and Tumbul Tamba and Musa Jame, that these were junglers.
Tenon hewbe anduno be yimbe manduda kambe borata di gude baleji ben non wiyeteɗo Tungul Tamba e Musa Jammeh hewɓe andi ɓe non ko jonglaɓe ɓe tawa.
I wouldn't know that, Council.
Council.
But did you later know that these were the junglers?
Ko ɓurno ko yawno ha yeeso ha ɓooyi a andano ha joni ɓe ko jonglaɓe ɓe tawa.
Yes, Council.
Yes, Council.
And it is generally known that the junglers were the killer squad for the president.
Non hewɓe on tuma ɓe anduno ko ɓe jonglaɓe woni yimɓe mo anduɗa kamɓe woni waroɓe pour yeeso leydi ndi.
I wouldn't know that too, to be honest. That they were the skillers.
But even that time, already, people were talking about the junglers, and people were very fearful of the junglers, correct?
No hay on waktu yimɓe fuɗɗuno haala ɓenin haala fiiɓe jonglaɓe tenen hewɓe no hulno ɗumen fi maɓɓe on tuma dal no hulɓini.
Correct?
That time, you mean during the course of the investigations?
During that time, people were already fearful of the unit called junglers.
Well, I'm not sure. Well, that may be.
But that environment you describe as being tense was frightening, wasn't it?
Wayri wiɗa ka nder suɗundu ɗon no wuli piiji ɗin no woniri ɗon hay on tigi tigi wona hunde mo annduɗa no hulɓini pour yimɓe wona ɗon.
It was a cause for concern anyway. I know this is a soldier issue, so they know each other. It's a civilian, maybe that's a different thing, but soldier to soldier, and that may be, if that is their testimony, I will agree with that.
We are not talking about those who have testified here before. We are talking about your perception. You, the person sitting there, did you notice that that environment was frightening?
Wona ben yimɓe fimaɓe men halta kono noon komin halta ko ɗum woni ɓe piiji ɗin no woniri e on suudu on tuma ɗum sa daari tigi tigi mi wawa wonde wona dulaaɓe annduɗa no hulɓini ko ɗum mi haali.
Usage of the word tense was my perception. It was not a general thing, I said. It was my perception.
Mi ko wonde ma ton hari suudundu no warano ton harto affaire fo hino wuruno ɗum ɗon ko mi jam ɗum ɗon wona fi haala fo no e sengo fo.
Tense and frightening are different.
Sa ngari haala angale wiya tense haala goɗɗo kala wiya frightening ɓen ɗi piiji ɗiɗi no wuli no hulɓini ɓe nandani wona gonga.
I have accepted what you said, that it was tense.
Mi jaɓi ko wiroɗa ko e nder ɗon dey on tuma no wuli.
I ask you, was it frightening?
Joni mi lamdima ɗum noon no hulɓinina.
Council, it was tense.
Council, there should not no wuli.
I think, Mr. Chair, this is another round. You see? Did the situation give rise to fear?
Piiji ɗin no woniri ɗon ɗum noon ho watta ha aroɓe ɗon ɓe hulat si meɗati e nder suudu ndu.
That is subjective, Council.
No heddi no affaire walore no.
Would a reasonable person sitting there within all that environment, did it look fearful?
Neɗɗo mo annduɗa ndoni yadi hakkille makko ala ko nangimo ndoni selli kon on si nati on dula no woniri ɗon noon ho on hulata.
That depends on the orientation of that reasonable person.
Don no heddi on waji jon tigi adara don no hakkille makko no okkiri mono.
What do you understand the word tense to mean?
On kongol ko tubakoɓe wiyata tense on ko hoɗum hono andirɗa ɗum.
The place was not the ordinary. It doesn't have the ordinary looks because of the combination of people present there.
Ala si on woni kandere su
No give it any meaning.
No wa no waani no foti yar no walor dan non sabu no ko yimɓe sifa je jibondir ɗon.
We want to understand what you're saying. The ordinary look of things, that is a physical issue. You talk about tents. What do you mean when you said it was tents?
Sandari egite no woniri ko yida ko kongo ngol ko tuba ko wiata tents ko dum woni mi fala pour firtinamen don woni.
I said in that room you have different characters.
So the
question is what
and
do
among
you
those
mean
characters,
by
I think you will have to allow me to continue.
No, you have said that several times.
And it has to do with my answer.
The question is, what do you mean by tents?
I
said
the presence of these characters make the place look tense. That's what I said. Because you never know who is who. So therefore, that has a feeling. Individually, you have a feeling. That feeling, in my view, hesitation to say what even you want to say. So that's what I mean when I say it was tense.
There was some uneasiness at that time. Everybody felt the temperature, isn't it?
If that's the word you would prefer, I mean tense. So,
Mr. Witness, the idea of you testifying is to be helpful to the commission. You understand? We're trying to understand what you mean. Okay? So try to be helpful to the commission. All right? Was it that it was, everybody felt uneasy, there was a bit of a temperature in the room, you thought that, you know, you are not free to say or do whatever you wanted?
Bernde mabbe tenkali wadat ha wobbe sibe ari don sibe fala halde be miijo to tawodo be hala ko be foti halde o ko dum wadi mi wi pour fitina men ko wiida ko angale ko be wi ko temps ko dum mi fala hala na men an labbina dum pour yimbe anda don no wurno.
I wasn't talking about what everybody feels. It's a feeling that I said the area was tense.
Maybe
different from others.
The point I'm trying to get is whether there was an element of fear. And I want to test whether by saying tense, to you, it included an element of fear. And that's why I'm trying to interrogate what you mean by when you said it was tense. So your description, perhaps leave this for now, this is just an English definition. What you said suggests to me, at least my understanding, is that there was, the atmosphere was a bit charged, there was some uneasiness. You know, and it was like the temperature was hot, everybody was a bit uneasy. Is that what you meant when you said it was tense?
yo no wayno dal wonbe don berde mabbe tenkali ko dum mi fala andude ko dum mi lamdo wondema sita dum no nattina ko nandi e ko hulbini e der berde yimbe.
I'm not sure whether my feeling was the feeling of everybody, but then I know for sure my feeling was that this is an environment one need to be careful of. That's my
feeling. Wanda mingo mi fami ko e nder bandu andu ko dum kala bondo ton ko dum fami ko mi do wawi wide wonda ma affaire no warno no kan suudu ton ari ino hulbini.
And I kept my feeling to myself.
You see, Mr. Witness, what you are trying to do, you are trying to tell us that you were in a cocoon. you were there in isolation of everything that was going on, and you were oblivious of everything that was going on. You were just one single element that had no interaction with what was going on at all. What is the picture you're trying to show? You want to talk about just you don't want to talk about the panel.
Ko halda ko de ko firti wondema aparani halde fi panel o ko halda ko holliri ko dum an hore ma rek anduda no wayno da ko an ko yida ko ko woni bandu ma ko woni berne ma o ko dum rek wawata halde ko dum rek anduda no wayno rek an tum woni ka der sudundu ko no wombe don mo anduda do wondi mabbe don ben fi mabbe haajaka no ko non ko dum no nandi dal ko dum hollirta an horema rek fi horema rek anduda e der sudundu.
The commission is interested in how you felt or what you knew personally, but the commission is also interested in your perception about everything that was what was going on at that time. That is what would make your testimony complete, not just when you talked about yourself.
Commission going up fala under the FEMA an horema no yida PGD no yarata ni dum fo no moƴƴi kono be fala andude kala an horema e ko yida ko e gandal ma e der suudu ndu PGD no woniri don e aye yimbe manduda ko aye ben kala woni don hono be hono yida dum hono yirda PGD e suudu ndu dum kala commission o heba fala andude ko no yirda dum an horema.
So you may be right, Council, but I think you also need to appreciate the fact that I am testifying as to what I know.
No, I go on down the
context of the that room.
Okay, let me do it differently. Were you the only one who felt that the environment was charged?
Ko antan yi piji no yirda dum ne dal don dula on dal yimbe ben balde mabbe tenkali.
I'm not so. I cannot say that whether I was the only one.
Again, you are refusing to say that that is what was generally felt by members of the panel. You are refusing to say that.
No, I know that Johnny Odo Kala Asali Halde wombe nder panel o yimbe wombe don ben no be woni don no be yiri hajo no yarata ben kala parani halde dal fi mabbe.
That may be your take, but then what I say,
well, I will prove it. You are just refusing. It's not that you don't know it. You are deliberately refusing to say it because you don't want to help the investigation.
Wonani wondema andani de kono asali pour halde dum tenon asali pour okkude ballal no men lijjintina pijidin.
And I would ask you this question. This tense environment, was it generally felt by members of the panel?
Kono milanda matirin wayri wiida dula on wawno danno wuli ko tuba ko be wiata tense dum ko an rek yi dum walla dum ko yimbe wombe nder sudundu fo yi dum.
I cannot say with certainty, but with me, I know the way I felt.
Mr. Witness, that was discussed in the panel. So you knew for a certain that the temperature there was charged. All of you were sitting on edge. All of you were scared.
On ado andi dum paski onon hakkunde mabbe onon wombe don on jewtuno dum wondema onon fof dal hakilaji mabbe mon tenkani kono fo holliri onon wombe don nder suudu ndu tigi no wayno dal piji din tembani no yiri don haajo no yarata e nder on suudu.
That is the truth.
Ko dum woni gongade.
Whose truth would that be, mine or yours?
That is the truth. The truth is not yours or mine. The truth is just the truth.
Gonga de wona min
what actually happened.
Wona min je wona anje. Kono gonga o ko dum woni ko wada don ko wonno don ko.
Council, with due respect, I am sitting here to tell the truth.
Council do
If you want me to state what everybody feels, I don't have that mind, heart. What everybody in that panel feel. But I can talk about my feeling. I said very clearly.
You can also talk about what was discussed.
Awawa halde kala ko yewta hakkunde mon wonbe don.
Let me ask you, were you all comfortable with the presence of the men in black and the soldiers and Alaji Martin and Tumbul Tambad and Malia Mungu, the junglers? Were all of you comfortable with that?
Onon fo wonbe don. Pour sandari futande ma jongla be wonbe don be bornoto be ko bawliko ha Tumbul Tamba wite do Malia Mungu Musa Jamme Alaji Martin ben sibe ari be ta be natti sudundu be woni don on woltoto pour be wona don na walla kono yi on yirta dum.
Not within the panel room anyway. We are not comfortable.
Wasn't that the reason why the temperature, wasn't that the reason why it was tense?
Johnny, wana woni dalila ko waddo kon ha no wi sudundu wulat si yahi ha on waktu si sudundu wulat walla ko tuba ko be weta tense wana ko on woni dalila on.
Well, that was what I said, Council. I think I said the presence of the different characters.
Council, Mr. Kimihari, see, they be banner, Emory Chel, the Dudu, the Chel, the Sertu, the Barry, the Tawi, Mendarton, I understood Marafuti.
Were you the only one person who knew this fact?
Kwalrek anduno on wanda makonon woniri.
Or was it known to all members of the panel?
Walla yimbe wombe nder panel on wombe don before andi dum.
Their presence was in the room, so everybody in the panel saw them. But the feeling is where I don't know.
Si beari kanda suru don bahara men fon beren taw men jodi ton kono no mi anda o kala ya men goto gola ko hondum nange fi mabbe ka benda makko.
Did members of the panel complain about it?
Wombe nder panel on be halu fi mabbe na.
Not that I know of.
Mr. Witness, you're just hiding behind you don't know.
Again,
I would read out the statement of Haidara. It says, unfortunately, the state guards who were in charge of the upkeep and security of the accused persons always like to stay in the panel room, notably Musa Jame, Tumbul Tamba and Alaji Martin, all from the state guard. That is correct, isn't it?
No, I know ko Haidara wiko be yimbe ko limito ko dum woni Tumbul Tamba
Musa Jame Alaji Martin. He was not the first person in that panel.
Their presence became a nuisance. That is correct, isn't it?
Tawagol mabbe don dum non gira yahi ha boyi dum woni hajumanduda men yidani.
That is true, isn't it?
Yeah, they were not welcome. Yes.
So that nuisance wasn't not felt by all?
On wondema tawagol mabbe don hewbe yida dum misiku ko fo yiri dum non.
That's a statement of Hydra.
Wasn't the nuisance felt by all? If there is a nuisance, you all know this is a nuisance.
Anyway, I felt it and I've said it.
Well, Hydra
somebody else will come and say the same thing. So what difference?
Mr. Witness, what you are trying to do is you not being helpful to the commission. If this place is quiet, all of us know it's quiet. You know that all of us know it's quiet. If it is a nuisance, you know it's a nuisance. All of us would know it's a nuisance. Why are you hiding behind, I know it, I don't know whether people know it? I mean, please be helpful to the commission and just answer the questions directly and we move on. This attitude is not helpful. This is not an attitude that is expected of a senior officer, especially a person of your stature. Just help the commission answer the questions and we move on. This is a fact that was known to all. Please answer the questions.
My answer remains the same.
yes, your answer would remain the same, and Mr. Chair, may the record bear the fact that the witness is not cooperating. The witness is not answering the questions. And I will proceed.
Mr. Chair, if you would permit me, I want to say one or two things.
I will allow you to go ahead and do that. Just to tell you that your coming here is to assist the Commission in seeking the truth of what really happened. Questions being posed to you are not traps to catch you for anything. You're here to help us get a general view of what is happening. Your own individual involvement in issues here and there, or your perception of what the situation is like, that would help us. But we would need to go beyond that to try to find out. In the morning, before the break, we talked about the word that was being used was, were these manifestations intimidating? People with guns inside a panel investigating, individuals with masks and their faces completely covered. That, for a witness appearing before a panel, could be intimidating, and that was it. But we found ourselves bogged down on definition of this, definition of that, definition of this, definition of that. We're not getting the general picture that the Commission really needs at some point to reach some conclusion. But please go ahead. You wanted them to say a word or two, but don't see your coming here as a trap that we are setting to get to you. Council is asking questions on our behalf. We are looking at a general picture of what really happened during those panels. And the more we get from individuals who have been there, either as panelists or as witnesses, that would help us reach some conclusion. But please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I respect the position that you've just said, and I'm a bit concerned that as a witness, I'm here to tell the Commission what I know. If Council would want me to be making a statement in a general mood and say that is the only truth and not what I'm saying, it will create a doubt on me, and I'm not here to create any doubt. I want that very clear. Fact, you have all facts as far as I'm concerned. My facts would add up to the facts that you have. Then you look at whether what I said makes sense to you or does not make sense to you. But the fact that Council will always drive at using some specific words that suits him or the Commission, if I'm not comfortable using those words because of my understanding of what I was doing, I think what I said should be taken now to be noted, and then you make your deductions from what I said. That is my request. I am volunteering to answer all questions, but not in the specific choosing, particularly when you want me to say, yes, everybody had the same feeling. That to me is a bit too much for me to say. That's my take, Chairman.
But since you see it as an objective thing, go back to the issue of whether or not the atmosphere was intimidating. That's you can pronounce yourself on that one. Guards or junglers completely disguised, people with weapons inside a witness, a panel room. You can definitely say something about that and say whether or not that is intimidating. Of course it is intimidating. But if you ask them about that, and there is prevarication, then it becomes a little bit difficult to proceed. So let's find a way of proceeding and making sure that your presence here helps us, not a confrontation at all. No, why would we bring you here, waste the time of the country on confrontation? But let's answer the questions. And I don't think the questions were out of order. Council, you wanted them to say?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't say anything else. You've said it, the questions weren't out of order. So he should answer the questions. All I am doing is to brush aside the prevarications and insist on getting the answers to the questions. And Mr. Witness, the thing is, the commission would look at what you said against other people, and other people were happy to clearly state what the environment was. It is quite surprising that you did not want to say what the environment was. You just want to talk about yourself. I mean, talk about the general environment. That's what we want to know. We have heard what you said about yourself. We want to know what the general situation was. And look at Haidara. Again, I'll go back to his statement. He said that we complained about this. We, as in your collective. You, as a collective, complained about this. So if you want to say that you cannot say about the group, then it looks like you are hiding something, when it is not necessary. Just be cooperative and answer the questions.
Yes. I am not sure what you say, let me cooperate, what you want me to say. If Hydra, in his capacity as director then, would say we, as if he had consulted with everybody, that is not my take. I don't understand.
Mr. Witness, do you want to tell us that for him to be entitled to say yes, we, he would have had to consult with all of you? Is that what you want to make us believe?
No, I don't want to.
But that is what you said.
That is the feeling that he can talk about every other person. I'm not comfortable to talk about every other person, but I talked about the reality on the ground.
You did not talk about the reality of the ground. You talk about your own reality.
That's why I don't need to say, but I said the reality.
Let me continue to ask my questions. If you answer, fine. If you don't answer, the commission would deal with the fact that you have not answered the question.
Fair enough, Councillors.
Haidara said this. The presence became a nuisance and a bigger problem to the panel. Is that true?
Haidara wino be yimbe wombe nder don mo anduda be tawaka e panel o tawagol mabbe don woni hunde mo anduda be yida dum fereng tenon bila yahi ha yeso seda o burtuno Haidara ko dumi.
Their presence was not welcome, but we couldn't do anything.
Sorry about that. I had to confer with the executive secretary.
Don't worry, Council. Maybe we can take our lunch break here. I want the commission to meet in the conference room with the witness before about 5-10 minutes somewhere before they continue with their lunch, and then we come back here at 2:30. So let's come back at 2:30.
All right, thank you.
We meet in the conference room. Witness, if you can come and join the commissioners there for about 5 minutes or so. We can't continue like this. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned. We come back at 2:30.
TRRC is mandated to make recommendations for prosecution or amnesty for human rights violations. However, the TRRC has not made any recommendations for prosecutions yet.
All right.
Honey, did you remind him that the last time he sent the money, it was not enough to buy all the provisions?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell him.
Are you guys talking about money transfer to buy provisions?
Yes.
But
Don't you know about Baluwo?
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 What is Baluwo?
Baluwo is a service that your son can use to send provisions directly to you guys from the shop. And you don't have to worry about the exchange rate.
Tell me how Baluwo works.
It's very simple.
Just log on to baluwo.com and shop, or download the app on your phone. You can shop on the website or using the app to buy online basic products for your family and friends. With Baluwo, you decide what your money is spent on. Your money, your choice. Buy online products for your family and friends in the Gambia, Senegal, Nigeria or Mali. Baluwo, better than sending money.
Welcome back from the lunch break. Council, can we continue, please? If you're ready, please proceed. Whoops. Let's say you advertise. You should ask for some money from...
Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
May I remind you that you are under oath? And you have an obligation to speak the truth? You have a right not to incriminate yourself? But you do not have a right to speak untruth. You don't have a right to provide false or misleading information. Do you understand?
Very well, Council.
Before the break, the lunch break, we agreed, we established that men in black would bring the suspects already tortured before the commission and their statements were taken. Men halno yimbe bornobe ko bawli ko be nangat neddo be ya be mettinamo walla be lippamo si pari be addamo yeso commission o be banga konngol mabbe. Correct?
Bringing them does not go straight to statement taking. They are brought in and we interview the statements are taken.
Addugol be wiidani firtani wigol wonda be nabete direct ka window be nguma ka window no window be halaji wadi sibe addama ko bebe men jodina betam men lando be taw.
You are correct in that they were brought in already tortured and presented to the panel to be interviewed.
Don de ko gonga be lappat men ha para be adda dum men der sudu o be jodina dum men yeso panel o pour ben wawa fuddade lamdugol mabbe.
Correct?
I agree that some of them were tortured, yes.
Mi jabido wanda ma wanda wodi e mabbe be anda wanda be tapama ma be hebi cadele musude.
Before the break, we have also agreed, you have also agreed that members of the panel knew that these people who were brought, some of them were tortured.
Do me ha mbotari kala holli wanda ma andi wobbe wona fof kono wobbe no be yimbe mo anduda be lappama ha para be adda dumen yeso comme yeso panel o e der suudu don.
Before the break, we were talking about the interview environment.
Men ya mbotari meden yewtano kala fi e no be landirta yimbe ben der suudu ndu no wawno.
You have said that those who brought in the suspects wore black and face and masks or balaclavas, as some would call them. They had weapons which was intimidating.
Wida kala be yimbe mo anduda kambe bornoto ko bawli kambe addata yimbe mo anduda be ko yimbe tumabe tenon sita be ni adda dumen wobbe mabbe ta be marat fetelaji tokosi e bandu mabbe tenon dum kala no hulbini no wonno don e der suudu ndu.
Yes.
The last point we dealt with before the break was whether inside the panel, inside the room, whether that environment was also intimidating.
Acci yewterende do men yaha ko dum woni e der suudu ndu don e der sal o piiji dum no woni don e yimbe wonbe e der don e arobe don sa ndari haaju on no woni don kala no wawno dal hulbinat wobbe.
That's the point we were discussing.
Ko don men acci no yewterende.
So let me now ask the question again.
Joni mi lamdo dum tasin.
You said the interview environment, the room where the interrogations were going on was tense. So I ask you again whether that environment was fearful or was it intimidating?
Mi lamdo dum tasin ko dum woni ender on suudu don ender on salmodo don no piiji no woni don no haaju on yarata ni mi lamduno no sita don e der don no wuli walla ko tuba ko be wiata tent sita no wayno non ta don non hulbina wobbe no hulbini dal nda wona non wonno.
That was my feeling, and I believe others also feel the same.
No min mi urno temi do tangini kadi wobbe kadi be woni ton ben kadi ko non yiri affaire no walo.
In that basis, can we conclude that the environment too was fearful, it was intimidating?
Awa do dum non min bawat hunnude yewtere do ender on jama ender suduru don ton no hulbini tenon no wawno dal hewbe bernde mabbe non wawata jodade sitabe woni don.
That was my feeling, yes, Council.
We have
received testimonies from members of the panel or the statement takers. We have received testimony from the victims. All of them say the environment was intimidating even for the investigators themselves.
Men hebi o seda yagal yimbe mo anduda kambe woni yimbe mo anda be lappama don yimbe mo anduda kambe woni liggotobe don e yimbe mo anduda kambe woni e der panel o bom be widal e der don no wawno no hulbini tenon wobbe dal be hebta bernde dal sitabe natti don be hulat.
They may be right because I was intimidated as an individual.
No, why? Be ko be woni ko alda ko gonga sabu min e horan tigire me huluno.
In that environment, which you said was intimidating to you, do you think that on the basis of the legal knowledge you have, do you think that that environment was a suitable environment to interview a suspect and obtain a confession?
Wayri an horema a yiri dula on non no wayno don no hulbini walla wobbe sibe natti don bernde mabbe tenkata joni sikkuda don no moƴƴi pour adda don neddo wanduda be bonin tuma pour on lamdomo e der on dula ha para on heba kongol e jungo makko sikkuda dum non no yaadi e lawol no foti yaade ni.
It may not be, but there was no other option, Council.
You know, I kono non fere go ala don Council dime wada jettuda.
The issue I have with your answer is the use of the word may. It may not be, but we have no other choice. That's what you said.
No, I didn't say that, Council.
Repeat your answer then.
I said it may be, but we have no other choice.
Well, if it may be, it also may not be. But I'll take what you just said. Okay? It may be, but we have no other choice. This is no like borderline situation. It is either the environment was not a suitable environment for an interview because of the illegalities, or it was. It cannot be in between. I ask you the question again. In view of the intimidating and fearful environment which you also felt as an investigator, do you think, in view of your legal training, that it was a conducive environment to conduct an interview lawfully?
An horema e gandal mo hebda e sengo loi sandari don kerol wawata don wonde ko hunde wotere e wawata wonde don nder suudu ndu no wawno don wayri an horema wiida e don wobbe sibe natti don berne mabbe tenkata no hulbini so joni sikkuda don non ko dula mo anduda no moƴƴi pour be lamda neddo walla be adda don neddo be wada mo interview walla be lamdomo pour hebon kongol e jungo makko wayri onon haywon onon wonbe der don an horema wiida don dal e o wela nani mano pijidi ni woni don sikkuda don no moƴƴi no yaadi e lawol
legally no
si andari e sangol luwa ko gonga don yaadani
Therefore, flowing from what you have said, any interview conducted in such an environment and a confession obtained, what should be the legal consequences of that statement, of that confession?
Joni sita neddo adama don no pijidi no an hore ma yirda haajo no woniri ni si goddo adama don e nder on jama be lamdimo ha joni o haali haalaji mo anduda be bangi dum ha pari e sembo loi o joni on haala makko on no woniri e loi on no walori sikkuda dum no moƴƴi walla no yaadi e loi walla kono wayi.
It could be good ground for involuntary confession.
Dum ko darnande fondamande kelbude.
I said it could be good ground for involuntary confession.
Ko darande fondamande moƴƴude pour on tigi wanda dawa wanda ma pour o wawa jabude kongal ko tagako e mum.
And by involuntary confession you mean a confession that is illegally obtained?
On non wawno ko firti ko dum woni si haala hebama don e jungo neddo on haala wawa wonde wona haala mo anduda no laabi walla yaadani e lawol.
It was not voluntary.
Hebaka haala kan hebaka e jungo on tigi no e belade makko.
If it is not voluntary, then it is illegally obtained.
Sita non wona haala mo anduda jom on hore makko ko weltare wadi haali dum awa joni sita men laari don woto ko haala mo anduda yaadani e lawol.
If that's your deduction, I agree.
We are talking about law here. It's not about my own perception. It has to be voluntary. If it is not voluntary, it is illegal. Do you agree with that?
Filwa o men halta dode hala sinodo no okiri hala o foti wonde hala ko weli jom o no weli mo halira non kono non sita ko lawol goddo bana lawol mo anduda jom on no hulbina ha o haali hala laaji e ko don wiyatani awa on hala no wano dal wawata wonde hala mo anduda no tiidi no dari ha tiidi.
If it is not voluntary, it is involuntary, and it could be set aside when it is interpreted somewhere.
Are you avoiding to say the word illegal?
No, I know that aparani halde hunde manuda yadane lua.
The law says a confession should be obtained voluntarily. If it is not obtained voluntarily, that confession is illegally obtained and therefore should be set aside. That is the law. Do you agree with that? Don't interpret this.
I don't contest law. If that is the law, that is the law.
It is not a question of if. Do you agree that that is the law?
Council, I think I don't disagree from this.
Okay, just say it then. Just say it then. If you
I said involuntary. If it is involuntary, obviously it has some issues, and that's what I said. If it's involuntary, it could be set aside. So illegally, when it is illegal too, I wouldn't contest that, because that's what you said is law.
So you agree that if it is not voluntarily given, it is illegally obtained. You agree with that?
Yes, Council.
Was this known to the panel that what they were doing was obtaining illegal confessions?
Joni yimɓe wonɓe nder panel o kamɓe hoore maɓɓe ɓe andununa ɗi haalalaji ko ɓe heɓata ɓe nder juuɗe ɓe yimɓe yaadani e laawol.
I cannot remember telling any of the statement writers that these were illegally obtained. I didn't tell them anything like that. I was the head of the police panel, investigators, so obviously that directive possibly may come from me or any other person else, but I didn't tell them not to obtain statements.
You are what I wanted to wonder mi halani do window no wi jettobe gi haalaji mabbe ne wigol be wondama haalaji mabbe ne be woni jettu jonni dodin diadani e loi mi wawata man to min wonon no ton police abbe ko min jon forno jonni ni yamiroji be window be ben ko min forno be jonni ko no mi manditaaki dum do.
My question was not meant to elicit that answer. My question was it known to the members of the panel that there were these illegalities ongoing? There was this environment which made it such that confessions that were obtained would be lawfully obtained and unlawfully obtained. Ender panel o woɓɓe wonɓe yimɓe wonɓe nder panel o kamɓe koye maɓɓe ɓe andunona gonga haalalaji ko men ɓagata e juuɗe ɓe yimɓe si ta haaloɓe ɗi haalaji ko wiyata ko ɗum woni haala maɓɓe walla statement maɓɓe o komin ɓagi ko si ta e nder on suudu wayri ɗon no haaju on woni woɓɓe no huuli no hulɓini so joni si on ɓagi haala e juuɗe woɓɓe e nder ɗon ko ɗum mi lamdi sita ɗum noon on haala mo ɓe ɓangi e juuɗe maɓɓe wayri dula on hulɓina so ɗon noon wawa wonde ko loi o wi on sifa haala ɓe foti ɗum wallinde sengo.
I am so with the police panelists, they should know. The rest, their appreciation may be different.
So holy wonder menen songa me imbo ka police ben hibe andi kambe kono non e sengo be dango mi anda ben non e sengo mabbe ko sibe farming de loi ko honnu haalere e fi dum kono menen sengo amen menen andi.
So you're telling the commission that you, the police officers in the panel, you were sure that what was going on was unlawful and the statements obtained would have been, the confessions obtained would have been unlawfully obtained. So what you said, right?
Joni ko wiida ko haalanta commission o ko ɗum woni onon sengo police aɓe onon on andi o no yarata ni haala ko ɓe ɓagata e juuɗe ɓe yimɓe wayri ɓe ɗo dula on no hulɓini haala ka wawata wonde haala mo annduɗa o darat no wawnudal ko ɗum haalanta commission o ɗo darde ni onon sengo o police aɓe on anduno ɗum.
New statements obtained under any form of duress would have issues when it gets to the courts. But you know, the status quo, and we have to go by what the realities were.
Te kan hala ka hebuda e jungo on neddo tuumaɗo ko wattu mo ƴettanaɗa on haala makko e jungo makko hay mo koye ɓitte ƴettuɗamo kan haala si o yehi ka suudu ñawore kan ɗon ka haala ka tegete sengo.
Well, it's the status quo that we're trying to find out. We're trying to establish what the status quo was. So you accept that the police component of the investigations, you knew that there were these illegalities going on, and you knew that those statements, those confessions that were obtained during these illegalities are tainted and therefore they were illegally obtained. You knew that, correct?
So joni no wawno an horema sengo police on andi hala ko be bangi juude be yimbe wayri gonga wona wona haalaji manduda ko be yimbe tigi welti habe haali din haalaji kono non no be okkiri haalaji din ondulaado be woni don no wawno dal benin hulbini benin huli tenon wona dal belde mabbe pour be haala don non no wawno haala ko be on juude mabbe don on haala wawata darade wawata wonde haala manduda goddo yadade no haala.
I knew those statements could be subjected to some rejection somewhere.
Nandi wonde madin haalaji goddi e majji tan se me yehi dulaji go be salota de be wata de bokkinde ka kandre haala.
But again, that is not the question I asked. Whether the statements would be subjected to some rejection somewhere. That is not the question. The question is, you said earlier that the police knew that due to these illegalities, the confessions were unlawfully obtained.
Wairi no be landiri be yimbe ender jama do be woni don ender sudundu no wa'i wairi don hulbini kala hala ko be bangi e juude be yimbe don wairi tuma be bangata hala ka yadani e lawol parce que be yimbe no huli on tuma so joni ko dum woni din halaji wawata wonde hala mo anduda dara e sengolwa.
Yes, I said they were obtained under duress, which is not right. That's what I said.
Mi haali dum haalaji mabbe den ko dar bitte haalaji mabbe ni jetta dum do mi haali no dari.
And the police, you said, knew that.
Tenon awida police sengo police kambe be andino dum.
And so that was obvious. The police knew.
Don't kind of labi council.
Good. The information we received from other members of the panel
kibaru yiko yimbe wonda kambe kala be tawano be no ender panel on
is also that they knew.
Ko dum woni kambe kala be anduno.
But let me ask this question. As the police in the panel responsible for taking statements and so forth, did you advise the panel that what they were doing was unlawful?
Why police abe wombe nder panel on kambe hibe andi so joni on wadani fere pour on okka yamirore pour bedo pour kambe kala be anda gonga ligge comme men badirta dum ni yadane lawol ho on yamira on okkano dum on yamirore.
They are not cancelled. I didn't.
Ala cancel dum me wadani.
You did not. Is that's what you said?
Well, I didn't.
But you knew that this thing was ongoing, it was illegal. You just decided to go along with it, correct?
Joni no wano dal onon police abe on andi ko watte ni wona lawol wona ni be pijidin foti yarude on andi dum kono on yerni on acci haaju on konon continue.
Yes, Council.
Hey, Council.
And do you realize that by doing that, you have really failed to do what you are supposed to have done as a police officer?
Edo dum wairi konon haji on yari awa joni onon on wadani ligge mo anduda ko dum on fatno wadde e sengo police no be foti wadirde sita e halaka yari non no dal on wadani ko fatno wadde on darde nde wonno don.
What I was doing at the time was what I could have done. The only thing I could have done.
Wada no kon on jamanu ko dum tam wawno wadde on wattu don.
We would come to that later.
The
question is, by not doing anything about it, you have failed to do what you were expected or required to do by law as a police officer.
Awa joni on acci lawol mo anduɗa ko on lawol on fotno ɓangde walla on waɗani ligge mo anduɗa ko noon on fotno wadde on acci ligge ɗen no fotno ɗo yarude sengo police aɓe joni police on koɓe fotno wadde joni awa no wano ɓe waɗani ligge maɓɓe.
I don't want to agree with that. I'm of the view that what we did in getting their statements, regardless of the fact that it was on a bad environment, was to try to help them out to get the truth from them and then state it as they stated it, even though it may not be voluntary. Out of inducement.
So menen golla men ko wallugol be tan yiya wawugol hebugol kongul e jungo mabbe.
That was why.
Are you really serious, Mr. Witness? Are you really serious with that answer?
Onde ko halda ko non gonga ko dum won e berdema.
If we think here that you are not speaking the truth, if we think so, and we take you out and beat you to help you speak the truth, would that be lawful?
Joni no ko kawanda don sita a hali mine wombe do men fikku wona gonga halta ni joni wobbe yana e dow maɓe nanga maɓe naba ma yasi be lippoyama sikkuɗa ɗum non no yaadi e lawol.
No.
Allah. Why would you therefore think that what you did was okay because you just helped them to speak the truth?
Joni way ko ɗum hoɗum waɗi noon wiiɗa ko waɗɗon kon tan ala hen wayre kon walla no ɓen rek pour ɓe wawa haalde ko gonga ko ɓe fotno haalde.
I'm not sure whether your scenario is what had happened to everybody who came before the panel.
No, we just looking at what you said.
You
said yes, there was some jurors, but all we did was we just helped them speak the truth, regardless of the things that may have happened.
Gonga ɗon dey ko hulɓinino ɗon kono noon minen komin walluno ɗumen rek pour ɓe wawa haalde ko ɓe foti haalde ko pour min mbawa heɓde ɗin haalaji e juuɗe maɓɓe.
Wasn't it that you said?
Wona ko ɗum haalloɗa?
Yes or no?
Yes, that's what I said.
But this is what I'm saying, that this is very sad.
That's ko ɗum mi wiyata ni ɗum no yurmini ha.
To come from a senior police officer.
There
was jurors, there is torture, and you said it was okay, all we did was help them state the truth that they were going to say. That is serious. That is a fundamental violation of the Constitution of this country. Are you aware of that?
Kono non wiida ko onon kon wallayno ben rek pour on heba haala e juude mabbe dum non gonga ko dum sikkuda ko dum woni lawol ko dum woni lawol ko dum yaadi e lawol.
I think council sometimes will go around my statement and construct a sentence as if though that's what I said.
Sikki council and what will you go?
I'm serious because I have never said that what has happened was lawful. No, I didn't say that. But I said the conditions under which we were operating. That's what I said.
Don't interpret this. Let's go. Mr. Witness, I just told you what you said. You said you agreed that's what you said. I told you that is very sad. What you said is a fundamental violation of the constitutional rights of those people.
You continue to say some other things too. That is why I'm reacting. But what I confirm to have said, yes, I did say that.
Okay, let's put it back this way. You said, yes, there was duress, okay, and other things have happened. But all we did was to help them to say the truth that they were going to say anyway. That's what you said. True or false?
Yes, that's what I said.
I'm telling you again, the third time, it's like you completely disregard the provisions of the Constitution. There should be no duress. There should be no torture. So to say that it is okay, we just help them to confess, that is very sad. And it is this mindset, the fact that you can just sit here and say, we just help them to make the confession, which suggests that to you, this was okay. But it is not okay.
I wish this was the opportunity we had at that time. It would have been a different thing.
No, but even now, even now, Mr. Witness, you see it as okay.
No,
what all you did was help them to make the confession. So you torture them, and then you just help them to make the confession, and it's fine. But if that has what had happened to you, it would not be fine, would it?
I never said it's fine. I never said the tortures were fine, Council. I didn't say that. And that is why I said sometimes we go around my sentence and create a sentence and give the impression that that's what I said. I didn't say that their beating, their tortures was right. I didn't say that. But I said that what cannot be helped, you have to enjoy it. That's what the reality was.
But that is what I don't agree with.
Well, that was the reality. Whether you agree or not, that is for the Council to take it. That was the reality.
Mr. Witness, you huffing and puffing at the same time. You say something, you accept that you said it, then you turn around and you say you did not say it. But I would leave that issue and I'll move on. Do you think that what happened was right?
Sikula ko wada no don no yadi elawol.
Whether what happened was right, no, that cannot be right.
Are you proud of it as a police officer?
No, I cannot be proud of that, Council.
Are you disappointed with all of you?
I would not call it disappointed. I wouldn't call it that. It was wrong, yes, but then the circumstances were such that what do you do? If there was an option, yes, but if no option, we would do what is the possibilities around.
Mr. Witness, you sit here, you said you saw the illegalities going on. You would not even tell your colleagues that this was illegal.
I really do IEP mandu da yada ni elawol kono haipur halana yimbe mandu da ko aye ben ligodita halana ni dumen.
Yes, I wouldn't tell them. That does not make.
But isn't that a failure of your duty? You are a police officer. A violation of a right is here happening right in front of you.
No basal wadde liggama parce que ansa woni police ado ya goddo no yakka loi yeso ma acca dum non.
It was criminal.
Take it to be a failure, Council.
No, tell us. You tell the commission. It was a failure. You tell the commission. And then to take it as anything. You tell the commission. You failed in your duties.
I had no choice.
But you failed.
If I failed, I had no choice.
But do you first agree that you have failed?
I agree that there was a responsibility that I have that I could have done, but I didn't do it, which was as a result of the circumstances.
And that is failure on your part to do what you were professionally obliged to do.
Ko ligge mon o ko holliri no foti wadde wayri on wadani dum wano dal on yani.
I will still say yes, but qualified by the circumstances.
What were the circumstances?
Well, except if you want me to repeat myself, I said the characters within that environment, the environment was tense, intimidating, fearful. So what else? Those were the circumstances.
You were not to give a statement. You were not the person being investigated. Okay? What were the circumstances that compelled you to close your eyes to these illegalities that were ongoing?
Wana an foti okude halaji manuda bangadum. Wana an belamdoto. Kono non ko hudum wadi ha joni jabani larda ubi gite maden sengo piji manduda dimi yadani e lawol manduda dunno woni e der ligge ko baddon don ko hudum wadi dum.
Well, counsel, you led me to say that the situation was tense, it was fearful, it was intimidating. So, and that is to everybody. That was what we are discussing here. So, if you are trying to get me out of that now, you want me to say something different.
No. You were in fact. Could we listen to one another? You were in fact avoiding saying that was to everybody. But you have accepted that now. We're very happy that you have done so. But the question is, for you, apart from the existence of these characters around, what was it that compelled you to saw the illegalities and you just closed your eyes to them as if they did not exist? What was it?
There was no exceptional circumstance apart from what the realities were on the ground. In that venue. That was the same only circumstance.
I don't understand.
If I'm on
there were no exceptional circumstances
outside,
except the realities on the
ground. Outside what obtains in that room.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
the room is what was the determiner.
Yes.
So
what was it? What was it that compelled you to close your eyes to what was happening?
Closing eyes in trying to draw the attention was like you never know what the repercussion would be, so you don't venture. You wouldn't be sensitive to your insecurity.
Farming kino andan ko ego dum ko afro no wala non sabu anti gisawi wada dum ko arota ko bawo man kadi anda ko hondo yoyta horama.
Did you members of the panel discuss it?
Onon wonbe ender panel o on yewtuno dum na.
Discuss what? Like to see
the situation that obtained within the panel.
That I think council earlier, if my memory serves me right, we've gone past that. You want to come back again?
Just answer the question.
We've all felt intimidated.
Thank you for accepting that, even though it's 2 hours late. But the question is, did you discuss what was going on at the panel, that these were illegalities? Did you discuss them?
on yewtuno ko wonno e nder suudu ndu wonno dal no hulɓini yaadani e laawol on yewtani ɗum hakkunde mon de.
What I can recall was the presence of these other characters that we discussed.
Men yewti ɗon men hakkundame ɗum woni ɓeɗo yimɓe yasinnaɓe tawa ɓargol ɗum ɓe ara ɓe tawa men kam men gollata toon ɗum ɗon men yewti ɗum.
Did you discuss that tortures were ongoing?
On yewtuno ɗon na pour holla wondema ɓe yimɓe woɓɓe addaɓe ɗon ɓe lappuno ɗumen.
Yes, we discussed myself a Hydra. I'm sorry.
Mingi Hydra msiki mtangini wondema mingi Hydra me yewti ɗum ɗon.
And did you decide to just go along with the situation?
So joni on laari dal ɗo dey fadu men yaada e ko watte ni rek men yaada e ɗum.
There was no suggestion of going otherwise. There was just a matter of expressing what your feeling was, but not to think otherwise.
So by continuing and by going along, you have accepted to participate in an unlawful enterprise.
Where on jaɓi pour on yaada e haaji on no woniri ɗon on jaɓi piiji ɗum no walori ɗon awa joni no wawno dal onon kala on jaɓi pour on waɗa haaju fi goɗɗum wannuɗa yaadani e lawol.
Enterprise, I don't understand, but what I know is...
Okay, call it engagement.
Well,
An unlawful engagement. You carried out an unlawful activity, which was obtaining confessions from people under circumstances which render it illegal.
No, rek man wawa wiide pour ɓalgol konngol juuɗe yimɓe mo annduɗa no ɓamiri ɓin haalaji e juuɗe maɓɓe yaadani e laawol. So joni ko ɗum men haaltani ɗon noon si ta jaɓi ko non wonirina.
Like I said earlier, this was also mentioned. I will repeat it again because we said anything that has to do with law, if it was lawful or unlawful, I cannot contest that.
I said it. Wondama kala ko adama wadi bade dandama wondama yadan e lawol tay luwa jaban dum dum mi imporondirta dum don.
Why don't you just answer the question, yes or no?
I think I need to explain so that you also will not be a matter of you making the statement and I saying yes to it. It is me who is making the statement, Counsel.
Mr. Witness, this is the art of cross-examination. The cross-examiner puts the proposition for the witness to adopt.
The cross-examiner does not make statements.
Oh, is that so?
You don't need to make my statement. I am here. That this is not, even if you are cross-examining me, Counsel, I think you also need to appreciate the fact that I am the one who is testifying.
Oh, Mr. Witness, okay, let's not argue over these things. Please, just answer the question.
Okay, go ahead.
Right?
Jalano en podondira joni non what affaire jabora ko mi lamdi mako.
Don't interpret this, it's just a repetition. I have to break down the questions, takes the baby steps and arrive.
Okay.
You knew the illegalities were going on, correct? Correct? Answer.
The illegalities on statement record is that
the tortures, the duress, the intimidating and fearful environment, you know that was existing.
Yes, Counsel.
And you knew that under such circumstances to obtain a confession would be unlawful, correct?
Yes.
You closed your eyes to all those facts, correct?
Yes.
You went along and took the statements, correct?
Yes.
Knowing fully well that the circumstances were not the ones under which a statement could lawfully be taken, correct?
Yes.
So in effect, you agree therefore that you participated in an exercise that was unlawful, correct?
No, I wouldn't agree that I participated because in an unlawful exercise as you portray it.
But are you allowed by law to obtain a confession unlawfully? Are you allowed to do that by law?
Counsel, law, if you will allow me, I think law becomes law depending on the government in place.
Are you serious?
That's because the thing is, these laws we are talking about, we are the same laws that obtains in the 22 years. So if we were there and people at that time, I felt, you know, I said the environment. Environment has granted me.
I am confused.
No.
I don't understand what you are saying.
Let me rephrase what I wanted to say then.
Law becomes law, what?
I said law becomes law depending on who is governing. That's what it is, even though it's written, but the application makes the law what it should be. We've seen that happen. Because there is nothing wrong with the laws. There has not been any changes in the law. But we were constrained.
Mr. Witness,
we were constrained.
Why don't you just answer the questions?
Instead of going on
the tangent and muddying the waters, just answer. You knew You knew fully well that all this was illegal. You knew it. You
Antiga
have
andi
answered yes
ko
to that.
wonno ko wadde kon fo yadane lawol.
You knew it.
Antigi hida andi.
Yet you decided to go ahead with it. Did it?
Kadi on rewingol on lawol rek yadu don en ko anduda yadane e luwa on.
Fine, thank you. You decided to keep quiet about the whole thing, and as a result you came up with a report which was the basis of the prosecution of the accused persons. Correct?
Dum don fo andi dum ko yadane luwa kon fo on deƴƴi e mum yadu don e mum e nder nyawore nden kadi dum yaha fawa e dow be anduda ko nanganobe yibe fawane be fala libude laamu wonnodo do.
Could you respond now?
Yes.
Hey, counsel.
And these people were prosecuted on the basis of your reports.
Bebe nyawama te ko report mo windu don on ko e dow dum don be nyawa.
Correct?
I think it's on the basis of their statements, because the report was just a summary of what was obtained.
The report is the compendium of all the materials that you have gathered, including the evidence. So that was the basis of the prosecution, it's not just their statements. But what you said makes it even worse. They were prosecuted on the basis of statements that you knew were illegally obtained.
Very well, that is the content of the report. I'm not saying something outside. The report is a summary of the statements. So that illegality you talk about is the same process.
Report on report on
I can state there was nothing introduced in that report that is not contained in the file. Nothing. Even though it was illegally obtained, like we all agreed, but that was the fact. We summarized the statements, and then individual responsibilities was and if you have the report, you can go to it and see. You don't see anything outside what is in the file.
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
But
I'll just go back to my line of questioning. You knew that the report or the statements were illegally obtained.
Antigi da andi di kongudi di be jetta be yimbe tuma be ne be fala libude lamu wonno do on no jettirdo mono yadani e lawol.
Correct?
Yes, they were obtained under an environment that is not conducive and under duress.
Donc gonga ko men jetta no ko konguli woni ko jettete e dum ko itte di jetta.
As a police officer,
Bayri anka police,
do you accept or do you believe that people should be prosecuted on the basis of illegally obtained evidence?
Ajabi ne neddo no wawi nyawede e dow kongudi di anduda di jettama e jungo makko te yadani e luwa.
That should not be fair.
And you know that that scheme, the whole arrangement, the way it was structured and the way it was done, it was all aimed at obtaining confessions willy-nilly in order to produce results that Yaya Jammeh wanted.
Non tigi don andi din laabi no wadi don dun non pour jetton kongudi be don din ko pour do wadon mo rek do anduda ne to Yaya Jammeh ida e mono wadi do mono.
That's the truth, isn't it?
Ko dum woni gonga on ndax wona dum.
That's not the way I perceive it.
Okay. Who sent in the junglers?
I have no idea, Counsel.
Mr. Witness, this is now notorious fact. It is known by everybody that the junglers came from State House. No matter how you pretend, everybody knows. Is it true or false? The junglers came from State House.
I came to know that, yes, sir.
But you knew that Martin came from State House.
I knew Martin was part of the State Guards, yeah.
You knew Tumbul Tamba came from State House.
Andi no ne Tumbul Tamba ko State House o immoto.
Yes.
You knew that Musa Jammeh Malia Mungu came from State House.
Andi no ne Musa Jammeh alias Malia Mungu ko State House or Imotono.
Yes, Council.
Yeah, Council.
The reason why you were fearful was, in fact, because you had these so-called characters all from State House overseeing and looking what you guys were doing.
Sai onon fo on huli
among other things, yes.
Be yimbe immino be State House be tato be hali ko dun tay huldon onon fo waddon ko waddundu waddondu.
In fact, you knew that those people were sent there to see what you guys were doing, and you are constantly reporting back to Yaya Jammeh. Isn't that true?
I'm sure he will be interested.
Yaya Jammeh.
It's a possibility.
But you all knew he was interested.
I
cannot dispute that. Yes, and in fact, that is the reason why he said that they would send GRTS to air the confessions publicly. Is it Isn't that true?
Issue of GRTS.
Isn't that true?
I know GRTS came there because I saw them, but how they came, I don't know, and I don't have any interaction with the GRTS. Not the least, not a single day that I saw even a staff of GRTS. Me. That applies to most panel members.
Doesn't that in fact show that they were sent there by a higher authority?
I cannot contest that. That may be true.
Exactly. So all this put together just shows that Yaya Jammeh's presence and his visits loomed large.
Oui, dum fo hollitira ne Yaya Jammeh pour andingol yimbe ben fo ne kanko imo wodi fo yimbe ben fo yi dum
in the minds of the panelists and dictated what they would do or what they would not do.
Dum fo wona e hakkilaji yimbe be anduda ko ben joddina on panel pour be fo be anda ko yidi kon.
You all knew what Yaya Jammeh wanted.
Onon fo andino ko yinno kon.
I think, to be realistic, this is not about what Yaya Jammeh wanted from the start, because this is about people wanting to topple him. So, obviously, whatever happens later, if he is interested, I didn't know about the coming of the GRTS. I was, not me alone, in fact, most of us were in that room.
And can you answer the question asked? All of you knew what Yaya Jammeh wanted. He wanted confessions by the suspected coupist.
That may be known by the because I have never talked to, or neither somebody talked to me about what Yaya Jammeh said. And I was not in the dealing with these suspects in that light.
Okay. All right. You agree that the men in black, do you agree that they came from State House? And these were the people who were beating the suspects?
I said I believe so. Yes.
All right. And doesn't that show that they were beaten so that they would come and confess to the allegations?
Council, I cannot confirm that. I know that. I cannot confirm that. If that instruction was not given to me and they didn't come to tell me what they were there for, whatever they were doing, if it is instruction from
well, Mr. Witness, play it no matter how you want. You said these people were tortured and brought before you guys and they made confession. So obviously those tortures would have been mainly to extract confessions. Would you agree with that?
I cannot disagree with that.
Exactly. Exactly. So he sent the soldiers. They came and tortured these people. Those people were brought before you and they made confessions. Don't you see that you have done what Yaya Jammeh wanted?
I will not see it that way too, still.
And how would you see it?
Whether I have done what Yahya Jammeh wanted,
Yes, by recording the confessions.
Well, unfortunately, this...
just hear me out. He ensured you guys recorded the confessions. And he sent in GRTS. They broadcasted this confession. As if these confessions were genuinely obtained. Isn't that what happened?
But they were displayed on GRTS.
And those confessions were written down by you?
By the police.
So don't you see that Yahya Jammeh has got what he wanted?
Probably, that's a possibility. You know, but if the line,
don't dilute the truth.
No.
But it is not just a possibility. That is what was desired.
The line of communication, we must also do that. Not everybody is privy to talking to Yahya Jammeh. I've never spoken to Yahya Jammeh.
Did he have to talk to you for you to know exactly what was going on? You were even scared to raise an objection.
Were you
just scared of men in uniform, or were you scared of the authority behind them?
It's not the uniform. That's the uniform.
So what was it?
It's the authority behind it.
And who was that authority?
Because the leadership was Yahya Jammeh.
Exactly, precisely the point.
With that one, yes. But if you want to make it look in the way, I would not be able to answer it that way. But I know that my fears, if I was fearful of anything, it's not the uniform, because I'm a uniform officer. I see uniform people. So that is not the uniform that was intimidating. It was the characters there, the different people who come from different areas, and you never know what they are up to. So that was the cause of concern.
Okay. Put it to us in very, very simple terms, so that a primary 3 child sitting at home would understand. They too need to know what happened. You guys did what Yahya Jammeh wanted. Obtain confessions from these people, from these suspects. It was broadcast to the whole country for everybody to believe that this was the truth. When those confessions were obtained by torture, duress, intimidation, would you agree that that's the truth?
The truth council is these people were brought and their conditions of appearance suggest they were tortured, and they were interrogated, interviewed, and statements obtained from them. And these statements were summarized and a report written and sent to the Aegis chambers. That's what we've done.
Well, with a witness, you have gone back in the morning and you sanitized and window dressed the issue.
You have gone
back, you have sanitized and window dressed the issue.
abornimo wutte mo andudane ko labbintinado.
Let's take it sentence by sentence.
Joni ettiremo koyngal par koyngal.
Kongol e kongol.
They were brought in
Be addano
in circumstances that suggest
do alhala mo anduno dane hollitirayne
they were tortured.
piano.
They were brought before us, they were interrogated,
Be addano yeso mum landi dombe
statements taken,
bindu don kongudi mabbe di.
these statements were summarized,
Kongudi mabbe di rabbindinano
a report made,
bindu don report
and sent to AG Chambers.
waddo nabudom mo AG Chambers.
This is better than Photoshop.
Dundo no buri Photoshop moƴƴude.
It's been stripped of all the vestiges of illegality.
Woni ɗum ɗon fof ittama kala ko annduɗa yaadani e loi on seɗimo fof on ittimo hen.
And packaged to look nice.
Waɗɗon mo paquet ha laba.
That is not what happened.
Wona ɗum waɗi de.
This my statement is in response to the issue of say Yaya Jammeh said this. This is what whatever I said is in record. There is nothing I would say now that can change the what
well, you just tried. You just failed.
No, I don't think there is an issue of trying or failing. What trials are failing?
Okay, let's dissect it.
Joni senditiremmo.
They were tortured and brought before you, correct? That's what you said before.
Yes.
You agree with that? Good. And they were interviewed in environment that was intimidating.
Yes.
That bit you skipped in your summary.
And
when the statements were written, they were written with the full knowledge by those who were taking the statements that this was illegal.
Correct? Statement
correct? Yes. And when you guys put together the report, you knew that this was not an honest report about what has happened in those panels. In that panel, you knew that. It was not an honest, bona fide report about what has happened.
Wona report mo andudane himo yadi e lawol no windirdo mo no wona non.
You agree?
To the extent that what they said was exactly that was summarized.
No. Well, if you force me to say that this pillar is God, and I say it, and you submit that report, that is what I have said.
And then but
what would change the character is the fact that I was forced. If you omit to say that I was forced, the report becomes something completely different.
Sa winani nek a force am pour mi hala dum andi report on yara no yari non be wiyene ko gonga ko min haali ko jonnitirda ka report.
You see, there was this culture of faking reports in the NIA, isn't
ko ada wonno ka NIA ko anduda ne on wada on winda report jidi anduda wona non no di windira non wona non di yari,
which is used to prosecute people.
Non ko dum don be rewata e gol don on report be ya be nyaawa yimbe be.
Isn't that true?
Won dum da dum wona gonga.
You want me to answer that, Council?
Yes.
I did that.
No, I am not saying that you did. I am saying that there was a culture of producing reports that were not 100% truthful.
Woni no ada NIA be andudane be winda ene report jidi andudane yadani e lawol ngol andudane ko non report jidi fonno yaro
contained false information.
Kongudi wona di don din fo di anduda haray fo ko fenande wonata go,
which was used as a basis to prosecute people.
Tet ko ding report di be rewayno be nyaawa yimbe be,
or the evidence fabricated. This was the norm.
I cannot confirm.
Sedeyaji di anduda no e report on ko dum don be rewayno be nyaawa be yimbe be anduda ko fawabe ko anduda ne yadani e lawol.
Weren't you prosecuted on the basis of false information?
Ndax an be nyaawani ma e do report mo andudane ko be fawma ko wadani dum.
That was not from the NIA. If there was any false information,
didn't part of it come from the NIA?
Report on single vote on NIA.
Is that the one you are asking or general? Because council, you need to be, you have to guide me and guide me right. Because if you are now telling me confirm,
I can't tell you.
You have to guide me right.
I can't tell you that I have 20-something years of experience of doing.
That is not my issue. That is not my
I am
problem.
guiding you right.
No, you are not guiding me right. If you want me to attest to statements or reports at the NIA when I was not there.
Prosecuted a case? Have you ever appeared in court and prosecuted a case?
We come to that if that is.
Have you ever done so?
Yes.
Hey.
Which one?
It's against me.
Oh my God. Can you prosecute a case against yourself?
No, I don't prosecute. At the NIA, we don't have prosecutors.
The question was, have you ever prosecuted a case?
I didn't get that.
So you have zero experience prosecuting a case?
Experience.
You want to tell me how to question or guide witnesses?
Let's proceed. Let's match you, but I have been prosecuting cases when I was in the police.
Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Let's not go into these things. Let's not go into this.
But I will request that you ask me questions that I have answers for.
I will not do that.
No. If you are asking me about NIA making statements or reports that are when I don't have an idea about that, and you want me to answer, then that you are trying to make me look very difficult. When you are the one who is provoking it, Council, with due respect. I think you just.
I will just put that aside, as if you did not say it.
Johnny,
I'll just put it aside as if you did not say it. What you people did was an illegal fabrication.
Except if the coup d'etat was fake. It was a creation. The tortures, I know there is no way anybody can justify.
But you are here justifying it. I am telling you that what you guys have did can only be described as an illegal fabrication. All of you were complicit in covering up a state-sponsored torture.
Onon fo oko e dow ballal ngal andunodane on walli laamu wonnoɗo ɗo on pour wawa yimɓe piide yimɓe ɓen koye anduɗa yaadani e lawol.
And you came up with a report with the cover of proprietary when it was all wrong.
Arduɗon e report mo andudane ko fewnaɗo kala nanɗo mo walla yii mo sikkayne ko haal ɗon kon ɗon ko gonga.
It was tainted completely by illegality.
Ɗum ɗon fof ko anduɗa ko muuri mo kon fof yaadani e loi.
Do you agree with that?
Ndaha jaɓi ɗum.
Where the law speaks, I don't disagree.
And because of your conduct, before that, I had asked you this question before, that you knew these trials were going on, and none of you had the courage to say that these confessions, which were going to be the basis of these convictions, were illegally obtained.
Ono andi no nde nyawore no yaha te hay goto e mo wawani hebude nde berne pour yaltude halane be di kongudi di be jonnudo ni non wonano di yari.
Yes, and my response was, I don't have any right to go to any court to insist on and I don't even have the mind. If there was that possibility, I would not even have the guts to go and do that. Why?
Mr. Witness, you recall you were prosecuted. You were prosecuted, correct?
Yes.
Hey. And the person, one of the supposed star witnesses of the prosecution, what happened with him? Can you tell the commission?
We be mo anduno dane ko kanko be darnuno pour wona sede e dow nyaawore mande ko honno wannomo.
He was arrested and charged for perjury.
I am not coming to that. Let's come to what happened at the time of your prosecution.
Oui, mimi arane dum donde joni waden daroden ko anduda e der nyaawore ma den ko wanno ko.
About his testimony? Yes, when you say what happened, that's what I answered.
What happened during your trial?
When he was
called as a witness, what happened?
He testified.
What did he say?
He said he has no idea about what was written in that statement of his.
But then this was his statement,
According to him, no.
Mr. Witness, he said that he was bribed and made to say that statement, but the statement was not true. He refused to incriminate you because he does not possess the facts that are contained in the statement. And that he was bribed by the DPP to give the false statement against you. Isn't that what happened?
I think you are missing the facts.
Before all that, counsel, can you give us a bit of context of this trial?
What happened?
Because it just came on and the two of you seem to be the ones who know.
Yes, what happened was he was charged for abuse of office and taking money.
Yeah, corruption kind of.
Is it official corruption? I don't know exactly what the charges are, but for taking money from one so-called Christopher Baji. And a star witness was supposed to be the person who should come and testify against him. The DPP made arrangements with the witness and got an incriminating statement. The witness came to court and said, I did not make this statement. They tried to bribe me to make this statement. I refuse. And he was acquitted. Isn't that what happened?
Yes, but the facts I want to correct.
Okay, correct the facts.
Yes, the statement, according to him, was written during the time of investigation at the agency.
Yes.
And he traveled out and he was made to come back. When he came, the DPP called him, according to him, that you have, this is a statement, it's the only statement that can put this guy in trouble. We will want you to go and testify, and there is a package for you. Nothing was given to him.
250,000?
280,000. All right, there is a package for you. If you testified against this man, then you come and get your money. So he went, he told them, okay, agreed, we went, and after taking the oath, he said what he knew, because he said he would not say anything to incriminate when it was not true. So,
and didn't he say that the prosecution attempted to bribe him?
Okay.
So we agree with that.
Correct? Yes. So the DPP, that's what he told, because he was later arrested and charged for perjury. And we were all going to same vehicles, the same mile 2 together. Then he'd confer with us to say this was what happened. He was offered 280,000 by the DPP, and this was in the office of the DPP, Chenyan, to go and say anything against me. But his conscience would not allow him.
Exactly. His what? Say
his what? His conscience
would not
allow him, because he said he would not take oath and then go and lie. Exactly. That's what he said.
Exactly. This is a person who chose, if what he did was true, he chose to act honorably, isn't it? Against all risks against the state.
This was not a matter of risk against the state.
It was.
No.
This is the man who was going to accuse the DPP of bribery.
And
you were a senior officer who was interdicted at the time. The state was prosecuting you. Isn't it?
Yeah, but I would still
exactly.
say...
So this guy chose to act according to his conscience because he saw what was happening was illegal. Isn't it?
Kanko jabi rewde lawol ngol andudane ko ngol don lawol o foti rewde te kadi o yiine bayri ko neddo mo anduda neddo pewal o jabani ma nanude.
Isn't it?
That's what he said, yes.
And you were happy.
And I weltinoide.
I was not sad when I was in mile 2.
My friend, tell us the truth. You were happy, you were excited. You were going to be released because of the intervention of this person who chose to act honorably.
I think for me, please, my issue.
Just answer the question.
No, this is not a
just answer the question.
No, I will not answer.
You were happy.
Not the way you want me to answer. With this one, this is not a matter that is relevant.
Even if you choose not to answer, the record would speak for itself. The commission is not a matter for
That's why I raised the question whether or not it is.
Even though he actually I should say something like that, but because I was detained for 2 years.
Hold on a second. So the link with the 2006 panels is acting honorably by that individual. And he
Mr. Chair, what I am trying to say is I am trying to draw parallels here.
Yeah, fine. That's the link I'm looking for.
Somebody was tasked to do the same violation against him that he had done against others. And this guy acted honorably for him, leading to his acquittal. How did he behave? How did he conduct himself? That's why the dilly-dallying, now he wouldn't answer the question.
I don't think, Council, this choice of words of yours against me, sometimes I don't like too. I must say this. Dilly-dallying for what? I was in mile 2 based on that statement for 22 months. For 20 months.
But some people were in mile 2 for years because you knew and never said any word that the reason why they were in mile 2, all those statements were bogus.
Yes,
and you sat there and kept quiet. You kept mum because you were not the one suffering it. And that is how it feels, Mr. Witness.
That is true, Council.
Exactly. So let's leave it at that and then we move on.
Okay,
you ought to have and should have acted honorably by showing that the basis of the detention, the incarceration of these people and sentenced to death, sentenced to life, sentenced to 25 years was because people like you refused to do what the law required you to do. That is what happened. That is what happened. Do you regret it?
There are regrets over this.
Yes. Do you regret it? Do you regret what you guys have done?
I've regretted what had happened to all these people. And as far as
don't dilute the answer. Just answer me specifically on this particular issue, the work of the panel, this work you said you are not proud of. Do you regret what you guys have done?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's the honorable thing to do. What would you say to those people who were sentenced to life imprisonment or sentenced to death, sentenced to 25 years or God knows how many years imprisonment? By reason of these bogus reports you guys have produced, what would you say to them?
I will tell them it's regrettable that what had happened to them, particularly in terms of their tortures and all that stuff. I feel very saddened. And my own side of my conduct, I would request kind of forgiveness from them.
I have no further questions.
Mi ala hay goto landal ngal mi landoto ma kadi.
Thank you very much, Council, and thank you again, Mr. Demba Sow, for your testimony.
Chairman, we ajarama Council, ajarama Mr. Demba Sow, esedia kalmangal.
Commissioners, if you have any questions to ask, please indicate.
Joni ni molandare commissiona be kala jogido landi pour landa kol sede on hina way hollirde.
If there are no questions, Mr. Sow, if you have, you didn't indicate a commissioner. Go ahead and do so now.
You said you sat there and you are helping the victims who have been tortured to for them to speak the truth.
Wida anga jodi no don pour walla be anduda be fawno be pour be fala libude lamo wonno do on pour wawa be wallude be hala gonga.
How can they speak the truth when you know they have been beaten mercilessly?
Oy honno be halita gonga te anga andine be ko piya be ha be fala be jogori mayle.
And you are fully aware.
Antigi andi dum.
And you are fully aware that
antigi hida andi dum ne.
It's because they have refused to say what the people want them to say.
Andine biko ko tahi dum ko sali halde ko anduda ko dum yimbe ben fala no be hala ono yimbe wonno be don be.
Not necessarily the truth.
Wona gonga on.
Isn't that so?
Wona dum wonno.
I think, Chairman, I would want to withdraw this word help.
The context of
where I put it. Because it will suggest that I'm condoning a certain thing. So, unfortunately, what I had wanted to convey is there was a need for us to come up with a report. And that report can only be informed by recording their statements, regardless of the fact that they were. So, meaning some of them, based on that report, they were even recommended to be used in a different way or even released. Possibly the word help has given another meaning to what I had wanted to say. That was not meant to justify. What happened at the commission was, at the panel was right.
And this was a report based on statements that were coerced.
Yes. Extorted, as the DG of NIA would say.
Yes, indeed. See, I don't have any problems with you using synonyms. There's tensed. Anyway, any more questions now? Mr. Sow, you may proceed now to make your concluding remarks if you have any.
Thank you, Chairman, and Mr. Alhamdulillah for
Chairman ajarama joni mina falawide alhamdulillah
sitting before this honorable house.
Jodagol e dow o ndu suudu e yeso ndu yimbe ndu suudu anduda yimbe ben fo no wadi mo horma.
Given the opportunity to say what I know about the 2006 foil coup investigations.
Pour mi jonnitira ko mi andi kon e ko yari e dow 2006 coup d'état mo anduda o falano wadde do kono Allah walli o wadani.
I wish to state that
mi fala halde dum ne
whatever happened during that time
and der dum don e o don waktu,
as far as our panel was concerned,
kala ko anduda panel amen o wadino dum on tuma
had a lot of things to do with the circumstances that was at stake.
However, no mo fo ko anduda kono alhali on panel on woni no be darni no mo non ko dum tahi dum yari no.
What had been meted to the suspect could not be justified by any other person.
Oyi kala ko wadano be don be anduda be fawino be ngol don jamfa yarudo e do laamu ngon hay goto wawata no mo andutude.
And I feel saddened and very remorseful.
Oyi te nimsi dum te kadi dum ko wonani la yurmede e mette bernde
to be associated with things like this.
Oyi pour be wawa inde am nane e yimbe be anduda ko ben wadi dum waddu.
For those who know me,
yimbe andube lambe
can attest to you as to
why Mr. Sawming.
Unfortunately, the system we had at the time was really a bit of a problem. That you, in most cases, would hesitate to say what your feelings are. And this, to an extent, had warranted a number of Gambians leaving the shores of the Gambia for fear of whatever the thing could have happened to them. And the never again, to me, is very important. Gambia is our homeland, and we are all duty bound to protect the interest and integrity of the country. The security of Gambia is a matter for all of us. What I have noticed is that actively or passively, what had happened in the last 22 years had been a collective responsibility, in my view, for all those Gambians of the age of 18 and above. Unfortunately, Gambia, we all know it to be a smiling coast naturally, that is the truth. For it to turn to be something else different, if not for the hesitation of people, to point out the facts, maybe it could not have gotten this far. As a security officer, and as somebody who forms part of the core management of the Gambia Police Force, we are inclined to reforms. And key among what we are doing is to ensure officers are capacitized and knowledgeable in areas that forms the basics of investigations, in ensuring that people's rights are protected, of course without compromising security. So the leadership as we speak at the Gambia Police Force is bent on ensuring that we have the right wherewithals, the right logistical support or to do our job. However, as a matter of concern, some of the rights need some amenities, particularly the infrastructural support. I'm saying this because if you want to, somebody commits a crime and he's to be detained and is a juvenile or a woman, you go to stations across the country
Sai kan lady ndimfo.
You will realize that the police force is constrained in some aspects.
Awawa andude ne police abembe alati ndingiraji dibe wawi marde be yimbe.
And since it's a demand and a constitutional responsibility that we protect people's rights.
Waref mo anduda ne lamu on no fotimo wallude police abe.
I think it's important
that
we all put hands together to support the reform structures or the reform activities. I also want to encourage Gambians to be law-abiding. I respect the happenings within the TRRC. But I would also request that some little bit of hesitation be given in areas. I would say this for the fact that there was a pronouncement
mo fala kadi yimbe bembe wawa tardinde seeda ko anduda ne goddi no wada do ko anduda halanoma
that was made here of course for good reasons.
Dum don wadanoma kono anda ko dow kongudi mojjudi wadano,
and by coincidence
dum don ari ne tawi wondema
my team of investigators had to conduct an arrest somewhere.
Kanko be anduda ne ko ben o hondi be yehi non nangugol yimbe nokkugo,
and this is a cognizable crime. It's a felonious crime that is arrestable without a warrant.
Ko anduda ne kongol go anduda be wadimo ko anduda yadane e luwate yimbe be wadube dum ben no fonno nangede.
The son to the suspect
biddo mo anduda ne ko on fawano ngol don badal
confronted
yehi no have yidi habdude e yimbe makko.
The police
police
asking for a warrant of arrest.
Molando to no police kaydi mo anduda ko dum hollitirta ne yibe foti mo nangole.
Some of these things are becoming challenges, and it will have some national security implications.
Ko anduda ko tampere e dum e sengo police
that's why I want Gambians and non-Gambians in the Gambia
Gambia biddo Gambia e mona biddo Gambia e der Gambia
to try to be law-abiding
enen fo jaben loi on rewen law
interest of reform and in getting the proper environment within the entire country. That said, Mr. Chairman, I wish to thank you
Mr. Chairman,
and your entire commission members and the lead counsel and his team for at least doing justice to the nation.
Pour wadugol yigol ne odon rewna leydi ndin lawol.
I know it's a daunting task, but it's doable.
Ɗum ɗo wona ligge mo anduɗa ne ko ligge cahande kono hiɗon wakkili.
And I wish to also thank my entire family for supporting me in all aspects. Although Mr. Fall didn't ask me to narrate my ordeal, but I respect that, because for me, I took that as a challenge and a test on my faith by the Almighty Allah. Even though I didn't say anything, we didn't say anything about it. But I'm saying to those that had contributed in one way or the other in seeing me there, I have nothing against him, and I've forgiven everybody.
Even
though the commissioner and the commission don't know the details, but I would want to make it clear to the entire Gambian people that I owe no grudges against anybody as far as my individual ordeal was concerned. I was in mile 2 for 20 months. 18 of which were without a warrant. And I was going to court until at the final end I was discharged, acquitted and discharged. But I don't hold anything against anybody, and I forgive whoever must have played a role in one way or the other. With these remarks, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think it behoves me to set the record straight with regards to the witness's victimization. In his statement, he says he does not want to talk about it. He's just providing the information because he was asked. That's one reason, so I thought he wanted some little bit of privacy about that. The other issue is the violation. What I have seen on paper was not one type violation the TRRC is interested in. An allegation was made against him. On that basis, he was interdicted. On that basis, he was arrested and detained and prosecuted, and he was acquitted. According to him, his letter to Yahya Jammeh, he said he thanks the president for creating the environment for rule of law to happen in this country. We have nothing against that. Our problem is that same Yahya Jammeh did not allow rule of law to happen against other people. And that's what we focused on. So he has no complaint. I did not know that he was detained in Mile 2 for 2 years without warrant, or 20 months without a warrant. I would be surprised how anyone would get into remand without a warrant. But if we did know that, certainly that is a matter that the Commission would be interested in. And this is the reason why we have to do these things, so that we can have a country in which rule of law would be taken for granted and not used just as a matter to extol the leadership, knowing full well that it is just pure talk and not supported by any facts. Thank you.
And was the 20-month summer detention at Mile 2 after your participation in the panel?
We lebbi nogas di anduda be nangino mabbe teguma Mile 2 so tawi ko nde joddino don e on panel nde dum yawti ko on wattu.
Yes, Chairman. Yes, it was from 2008 September to 2010 May.
As I said, 8 September to 2010 May.
And the other panel members, did they also go to jail?
The others many panel member be yehi no jail be anduda be wonno e panel on kambe kadi so tawino be nabino be Mile 2.
I was with them there. They are my best of friends. Some of them would console me when they had those problems of going to the NI here and there. Sometimes they will come and say, Police Keba. Then we confirm. We had established a very, very good relationship.
Now, what I'm after is going to Mile 2 after fabricating reports that went to the AG, on the basis of which convictions were made.
Yes, it is after that.
It was after that?
It was after that.
And the other panelists, what happened to them? Did they also go to jail like you?
No.
Some did.
Some did. Mysterious ways that God's act.
Karma.
Thank you, Mr. Dembaso, very much for your testimony. And we will meet again tomorrow morning.
Mr. Dembaso,
meeting is adjourned.
Honey, did you remind him that the last time he sent the money, it was not enough to buy all the provisions.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell him.
Are you guys talking about money transfer to buy provisions?
Yes.
But don't you know about Baluwo?
Baluwo? What is Baluwo?
Baluwo is a service that your son can use to send provisions directly to you guys from the shop. And you don't have to worry about the exchange rate.
Tell me how Baluwo works.
It's very simple.
Just log on to baluwo.com and shop, or download the app on your phone. You can shop on the website or using the app to buy online basic products for your family and friends. With Baluwo, you decide what your money is spent on. Your money, your choice. Buy online products for your family and friends in the Gambia, Senegal, Nigeria or Mali. Baluwo, better than sending money.
TRRC is mandated to make recommendations for prosecution or amnesty for human rights violations. However, the TRRC has not made any recommendations for prosecutions yet.